Hi, friends. They call me Host Eric down at the Union Station where they call people things. I go by the name of Host, I go by the name of Eric. Sometimes I go by the name of Host Eric. Regardless, I'm always hosting Talking with Famous People. I was talking with my wife Rachel earlier, and I said, Rachel, do you ever say to yourself, it seemed like a good idea to date Host Eric, but now I realize it's kind of like I'm just constantly talking with famous people. Hi, Legends Full. She, of course, was too nice to say yes. She said no. She never thought that. But it is kind of like that. It's kind of like she moved into a place where talking with famous people is always playing. Can you imagine? No matter how much you like it, can you imagine if it was always playing all the time? Well, that's what Rachel has to endure. And she's a really good sport about it, I gotta say. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like talking with famous people, but do I really want to have it constantly playing even when I'm not watching YouTube? Well, Rachel said yes to that question. Remarkably enough, she said yes to that question. She does want that much talking with famous people. Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, Boba Fett. I'd like to ask everybody present to check themselves and find out which dairy product they're currently made out of. Boba Fett, I know you might be at risk for being yogurt, but I'm hoping that everyone here is made out of cheese. I know how you Indian subcontinent people like yogurt. I gotta stay up till 2 in the morning this morning to type somebody from India. And boy, let me tell you, was she a pain in the ass. Do you take Google Pay? No, we're not very vegan friendly. Fine, I'll get Google Pay. Do you get my Google Pay? No. Do I have to exchange emails with you anymore? Fine, just tell me what time you want. I don't even care. I just want to stop emailing you. That's my upcoming typing at 2 in the morning. It's like, I couldn't figure out, or she couldn't figure out, or we couldn't figure out how to get her to pay me. But she showed me a receipt that, like, her aunt sent me on Google Pay or something, but I don't show it in my Google Pay, but whatever, I don't even care, you know. I just don't want to email back and forth with this lady anymore. That's my main concern in life. Fuck it, I'll type you at 2 in the morning. Just don't email me anymore. Well, thanks, Boba Fett. That last guy was kind of confusing, but, you know, part of the problem was he didn't have a very good connection. I don't think he could hear me very well. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if she's publishing or not. I'll find out when I type her. I typed an ENFJ this morning who didn't publish. Well, yeah. Rachel has Venmo, and I do accept Venmo to Rachel's Venmo, but most people, PayPal and Venmo are like the same company. Hi, Yo. Yeah, I'm a little uncertain about that typing. He had that, like, but see, again, part of my concern is I really got the sense that he couldn't hear me very well. and that he wasn't exactly telling me that he couldn't hear me very well. You still think kind of ENFJ? He might be. I don't know. It's like I don't feel very certain about that typing, but it's believable to me that he might be an INFJ just because he tested kind of like Rachel, and Rachel is indisputably an INFJ. I mean, I don't care what anybody says or thinks. There's no disputing the fact that Rachel is not an ENFJ. So in that regard, it's like I've lived with her for too long. She is so not extroverted. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that guy. The other thing is I gave him a lot of opportunities to sort of potentially mimic remembering details, but I'm not sure if that was what was happening or not, you know? No, I think most INFJ males identify as INFJs, but don't say so out loud necessarily. I mean, I think in general, INFJs struggle with self-identifying as, okay, well, if you want a Venmo, my Venmo is Rachel Lapalosa 7. Well, here's the thing, Legends Fall. I just would have expected to see. I mean, the TE seemed more consistent with ENFJ than INFJ in that guy. You know, I sort of have to take him at face value that when he tells me he's recalling these things rather than imitating recall, you know. But I just it was a bit of a challenging typing anyway because of the technical difficulties, which were kind of annoying. And like I said, I had a lack of confidence that he could hear me very well. So, if you wanted to say, Eric, I think you got that one wrong, I think you could make a decent case for it. But I do take away from the typing of Rachel just how much less extroverted she actually is in real life than she seemed in that typing. You know, she's quite a receiver. You know, she's quite an observing type. She doesn't initiate a lot of chit chat. You know, so. In that regard, I am hesitant to jump to conclusions about affect like that, knowing that there was at least 2 ENFJs that didn't publish that I typed either today or yesterday. There may have been 3 of them, and the affect of 2 of them was much more introverted, although the affect of one of them was quite extroverted. The lady I typed this morning, she was also not native English speaker. The one I typed this morning, she was French. So naturally I said to her, "Quelle heure est-il?" Because I remember that from French class a long time ago. It means, what time is it in French? If you ever go to France and you want to say, "What time is it?" just say, "Quelle heure est-il?" Anybody going to France soon? Anybody want to give me a big thank you for that helpful tip on going to France? You're right. Transliterated, Legends Fall. it means what hour is this? But translated, it means what time is it? We also all know the following French expression as well from that song. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Would you like to sleep with me tonight? Not really, is my answer to that singer. Thanks, Ryan S. You want to know what else you can say in French? Omelette du fromage. It's a cheese omelet. If you're in a French restaurant and you don't know what else to order, you can always order an omelette du fromage. And afterwards, you can go to La Playa. No, you can't. That's in Spanish. You cannot go to La Playa. You have to go to La Plage. La Plage. I momentarily got confused with Spanish and French. La Plage. L'autobus. La Plage. I don't know the verb. All that doof ramage. What's with all that doof ramage? You mean roof damage? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what roof damage you're referring to. Unless you're talking about a food rampage. I was about to go on a food rampage earlier, but then I got some food. Did I receive your mobile message? Possibly. I don't really like using my phone for communications. I'm thinking about getting rid of WhatsApp because it's like, God, who are you foreign people trying to talk to me on WhatsApp? I hate it. You know? You understand. Does your mobile message say, Eric, no typing session today? Well, you were wrong, sir. You were wrong. There was a typing session today, wasn't there? You just didn't expect it to happen. Yeah. So what's the difference between an INFP and an INFJ? Well, for one thing, INFPs can do inky pinkies really well. But that's one thing you can say right away. That INFJs struggle more with inky pinkies. Omelette du fromage, Ryan S. Omelette du fromage. It's an omelette, which means omelette in French, but they pronounce it wrong, right? Omelette. Du means of the, and then fromage means cheese. So omelette of the cheese, which is how the French complicatedly say cheese omelette. If you love baguettes and you love fromage, then you'll love this here beret. I tell you something, the real future of this channel is clearly in cat videos. Very short cat videos. You want to watch me get like 1,000 views by morning? I could do it right now by just making a 10-second video of me putting the camera on the cat and singing, kitty, 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 who needs a pet? You need a pet. You need a pet. That's it. I can just do that and it'll get 1,200 views or something by morning. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous. Why is it that my cat, me singing nonsense to my cat, outperforms every other video I make? Like a kitty, pet for the very first time. That 5-second short got 1,000 views within the first 12 hours. I've already typed my cat. My cat's an ISTJ, so she's not a very cooperative star of the channel, I'll tell you that. I gotta wait for her to be fast asleep before I take any of these videos, or else. Well, I got one earlier. I'll show it to you here on my phone. This is what happens if she's not fast asleep when I try to make a video. So she just runs away from me. If she's awake and I try to make a video with her, she just runs away from me. It's like, all I'm trying to do is pet you. What are you doing? But she's not very cooperative. She doesn't have very much FE is the problem. She's FE polar. Yes, Capio is a Hawaiian name. It means sweetheart in Hawaiian. Which I think is a great name for my cat. Because she really is a sweetheart. She's FE polar, but she's a sweetheart anyway, you know. I like the way that when she's trying to tell me to feed her in the morning, I'm sleeping, she has a very specific cue to tell me that she wants food, which is she puts her nose and the top of her head right here, underneath my beard, and pushes up. And I say, okay, I guess you want food. It's like she's basically saying, like, give me your cat mother nipple, Eric, so that I may suckle. But she knows that instead of getting a nipple to suckle from, she's going to get a plate of dry cat food outside. So then I get up and she runs over to the door and we go outside. And it's like 5 in the morning. I'm like, fine, here's your fucking food. I guess I might as well get up and have a cigarette while I'm up anyway, you know. But she's quite the pill. There's no staying asleep when Capio wants her breakfast. And, you know, now we got Trouble back in the mix for twice a day meals as well. He comes over morning and evening. He's usually around in the morning around the same time Capio wants to eat. He's sort of adjusted his schedule, I think. But I usually refer to her as the P, or the P in the P. Sometimes PP. I'd rather be drunk on whiskas than on whiskey. That's what I say. And indeed, often I get drunk on my cat. I say, oh, your precious kitty wonder is constantly astonishing me again. Like that. It's called getting drunk on kitty. I mean, I'm not a fan of cat food, but I'm not a cat. So, I'm not going to assume that I would find cat food disgusting if I were a cat. I mean, look, I've been watching a lot of Finding Bigfoot, which is all about squatching. I've learned some important terms like you must be pouring out wet cat food, Boba Fett. Wet cat food is extra gross because here's the rule. Here's the life rule on wet cat food. It is not possible to open a can of wet cat food, without splashing at least a little bit of wet cat food juice onto your hand. Hi, INFP. You're saying hi from Cleveland. That city in Ohio? Apparently, your Browns, I believe, lost today, didn't they? Didn't your beloved Browns lose? Was it yesterday or today? I like your team name. You've got the best team name, the Browns. like the hash browns? just the color brown? Why would you be called the Browns? That's a strange name for a team, right? Have you ever heard any other team called something so ordinary? Do you, as a Browns fan, do you find yourself singing, "It's not easy being brown, the color of poop and big frowns"? I like that name though, the Browns. I could see myself naming a team something like that, you know? Something like, get a professional football team, get an expansion football team, and Fly Guy. I don't think that would fly very well. I like the idea, but I think people would probably object. Then they'd have to change their name to the Washington football team. We had the Redskins, but, well, we have the Reds in baseball. The Reds are equivalent to the Browns. They're just a color. Did you like my response on your comment? I don't think I've seen it yet. Sometimes I check comments, sometimes I don't. Do you know that when I have a typing that I'm less confident about and feel like I might get pushback, I'm less likely to look at the comments? It's true. It's true. I don't really want to read your pushback. On your video. That's not even you playing the violin, Yo-Yo. God, you're such a liar. You playing the violin. That's not you. You probably don't even play the violin. You probably play the viola. I've always thought you looked like a viola player. I don't hate you because you're brown. Some of my favorite breakfast foods are browns, including hash, and that's it. When I think of Cleveland, Ohio, I typically think of WKRP in Cincinnati. Even though Cincinnati and Cleveland are different towns. But I think of them as basically the same place. They probably look about the same, Cincinnati and Cleveland, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, Drew Carey also comes to mind with Cleveland. Because his show, he said, you know, Cleveland, Cleveland, or something at the end of it, you know. Cello. It's like viola. Hey, decide whether you're a violin or a cello already. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to split the difference. You can't be a subtype, okay? No, that show that it was a sitcom that he had that was better than Whose Line. Whose Line was horrible. I could be a bass. Or I could be a bass. Colin Mockery? Oh, cool. Alright, Yo-Yo. Well, I'm glad to hear you watched that. They both start with C, and they're both in Ohio. And between the two of them is a place called Middletown. What an unoriginal name. What a horribly unoriginal name. Why is it called Middletown? Because it's halfway between Cincinnati and Cleveland? Is that why? I can be the string or the pick. Youngstown. Pretty stupid name for such an old town, huh? It's spelled Middletown, but we call it Middleton. Believe it or fucking not, I have been to Middletown, Ohio. I'm calling it Middletown, okay? I have been there. I have visited somebody who lived there. Shit you not. Is that, maybe it's halfway between Dayton and Cleveland? I don't know. It's halfway between two cities in Ohio. Because I went to Dayton too. I've been to fucking Dayton, Ohio. I went there. I hung out with a guy in Dayton who was from Dayton. And then I went to Middletown. And it's actually called Columbus, or as we call it now, indigenous people. I mean, I don't even know how to check your comment on my comment. I don't even know where I left my comment. How am I supposed to check it? It's going to take me forever to figure that out. Let me see here. Man, how am I supposed to find this shit? I'm never going to find it. I'm looking at my bell. It's just endless string of meows. You know? Oh, here. You linked me to another video to watch? How is that helpful? I don't want to click this because then I'm going to get like some sort of copyright thing.
This is one of those.
Singers do the Can We Talk challenge. What is this about? I don't know what that's about. Now you got me to do that, and what happened? What happened, huh? Do they do the Daytona 500 in Dayton? Maybe. I don't know. Do they? I think it's in Daytona, Florida, right? I don't think they do the Daytona 500 in Dayton. Dayton, Ohio has like an aviation history. What are we discussing, Lorraine? Well, at the moment, we're discussing the wonders of Ohio. I'm pontificating. People are mumbling to themselves. It's all over the place. My Sergio is 20 years old. Well, congratulations for your Sergio. Is that... Oh, your cat is 20 years old. That's an old cat. You're going to have a sad day come pretty soon, Lorraine. It's going to be a hard, hard day when you've had a cat for 20 years, when it passes. I know. I one time had my beloved dog Lacey die. And you know what? She's still dead. I thought for sure she'd come back to life by now. And let me tell you, it's very, very sad when your pet dies. It's like all of you could die and whatever, but my cat, no way. I'm just kidding. I love all of you very much. So I don't recognize the pattern? No. What's the pattern? What do I look like, an NIDOM? You recognize patterns for me and tell me, okay? I'm not a pattern recognizer. I'm like, fuck your pattern. I'm doing random shit. So, get over it, pattern. You know what I'm saying? I'm too busy being random for your patterny ways. That's what I say to patterns. Like when I sew or knit, I just do it from my intuition. I don't use any patterns. Is being able to sing well a learned skill or something you're born with? Pitch is something you're born with, but whether or not you develop that into to maximize your good pitch or minimize your bad pitch, or whether you just live with what you got, depends basically on how much time you spend being a musician. So my friend Chris Morrow is quite an accomplished classical guitarist and is also tone deaf. So he can't sing for shit. He can't sing anything because he has no pitch, but he's like TE'd how to play classical guitar, I guess. ISFP. I haven't talked to him in years, but I'm quite confident that's what he is. You miss choir? I was in choir. I was in the Pasadena Boys Choir until my voice changed, you know. And I was generally considered pretty good, but I was always second. Like there was this guy named Lauren. I know it sounds like a girl's name, but that was his name. His name was Lauren, like Lauren Michaels, maybe, I don't know, but oh. Can we talk for a minute challenge? The violin video is a 1 minute video. Yeah, I mean, tone deaf people generally aren't aware of it until somebody really points it out to them and makes them try to do pitch matching and stuff like that. You want to talk about heavy ignoring? That quite delightful INFP the other day said she thought I didn't like her. Oh, yes, you did ask me to type you in 1 minute. And I told you that's not possible. You're asking me to make a lot of SINI connections. You're asking me to use a lot of knowledge there. Oh, well, yeah. Things get a little loud around here. If you got headphones in, watch your ears. So, the thing is, people usually either have, people either have perfect pitch or they've got good relative pitch, bad relative pitch, or they're tone deaf. Here's your plaque and my beanie. You're dubbing me ISTJ? No, it wasn't a bell ringer. Let me see if I can muster a bell ringer out of this. This is some homegrown that Cameron gave us. Cameron's such a nice friend. He gave us a big bag of homegrown, which is not necessarily less stony than the store-bought weed, but it's a lot less dense. Because it's outdoor, you know. So you kind of burn through it a lot faster, but I like it. I like this homegrown that he gave us. I don't find it particularly shittier than the good weeds we get in terms of stoniness. Got my car fixed. My car needed a new thermostat and housing. But it sure does run well now. And my heater's working again, which is kind of important when it gets to be winter time. You want your heater to work, you know. Rachel and I drive places, and recently it's been very, very cold sometimes in the car. And like if we need to use the defroster, lately only cold air has been coming out of there. But sometimes you have to use the defroster anyway to defrost. So now we have our heater working again, and the car's running beautifully. It feels like it's just driving like a dream. Got the oil changed too while we were at it, and he cleaned the solenoids, whatever those are. I'm not sure what they are, but it sounds important. Patrick Stewart is greater than Shatner. I mean, he's a better actor in general. If you want to talk about like acting chops, Patrick Stewart is a classically trained Shakespearean actor, and he's a pretty good actor. Although at times I think he kind of is hamming it up a bit. So, but Fly Guy, are you directing that to Boba Fett? When you say never heard you say something so ridiculous that Patrick Stewart is greater than Shatner. I mean, William Shatner is a historical icon of great import. Like, well, William Shatner, the thing I like about him is he's continuing to work like into his 90s, you know. People who do that, I appreciate his renaissance, you know. William Shatner was just Captain Kirk for all those years, and then he's had this kind of interesting renaissance in his 70s and 80s that, I don't know, make him a more appealing character than he might otherwise have been. Do you want me to scoot this stuff over?
If you could.
Sure. And you know, he does the audio for the Palm Springs tram.
Yeah.
Rachel and I took the Palm Springs tram up to the top of the Palm Springs mountains up there, and oh yeah, I got a great call. I got a great email from Jim Freeman, former assistant coach, who's in China still. So I got tired of having him he was very chaotic to have as an assistant coach, and when it came time to send somebody to China, I was like, all right, send Freeman to China. And but I liked Freeman a lot, you know, and he now is like killing it in China. He's got like 11 national champions or something, and he's quite the debate star in China. So my coaching legacy is just getting increasingly badass, because one of my other former assistant coaches is Scott Wheeler, who's had multiple national champions since he was my assistant coach with Peninsula. So it's like, all right, well, thanks, Freeman, for sending me that email. There are some emails that make me go, that was really satisfying to hear, because he was basically, it was telling me how successful he is and how much he fucking hates my ex-boss that I also am not fond of. So, and how, you know, basically fuck her and yada yada. So it's nice to hear that when she screwed him over too, eventually he ended up sort of back on his feet with a competitor and kicked her ass in China anyway, which would make sense because she's Taiwanese and didn't really have a real she had to set up kind of this go-between kind of people involved. China's complicated. But Freeman ended up marrying a Chinese lady. So he's just there forever, I guess. ENFP. Okay, well, I don't... That's your... The tasks you are assigning me, Yo-Yo, are way too big and complicated. You're asking me to do too much work here. You're asking me to put 2 and 2 and 2 together. That means first I have to access 2, 2, and 2. And then even if I do put them together, I'm not sure it's going to be worth the time and effort to put them all together. You got to make things easier than that for me. One thing I also like about William Shatner is his participation in Animaniacs. In the episode where he says to them, "My little friends, my small friends." Have any of you guys ever seen that Animaniacs episode? Okay. Yo-Yo. Okay, so you sent me a link to some other person's video that says whatever, and you want her to see that video, your violin video, and my 4-minute long video in conjunction with each other, and then that's going to help her understand some holistic connection between the three things. That is too much work. It's 3 videos we're supposed to look at to draw a connection between. Even if one of them is mine. Even if I have already seen the other one, it's still one additional video. And it's, at this point, it's too convoluted. Too convoluted. It's going to make me polluted. Yeah, it's the best Animaniacs episode. It's the Animaniacs episode in which he keeps telling them, "My little friend, my small friend." So it's an FI issue? Well, then it's irrelevant to anything anyway, so who cares? He started playing Fortnite and it's awesome. You know what, Fly Guy? You're awesome. Let me just tell you that right now. You're awesome because you're not trying to get me to show Rachel 3 different videos so that she can make some connection that nobody understands. That's what makes you so awesome. Who's a Voyager fan? Elise S., are you a Voyager fan? But I'm not that much of a Voyager fan. If you're going to talk about a star meh that had multiple incarnations, I'm going to go for Stargate, not Star Trek.
Ooh, Stargate.
Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis. Okay, but I'm busy right now, Yo-Yo. I'm busy arguing with you about your terrible idea. And I'm busy complimenting Fly Guy to make you feel extra bad. So I'm very, very busy. I'm busy complimenting Boba Fett. Boba Fett, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Stargate Atlantis. Yeah. That's what's up. That's where it's at.
Totally.
With that big guy. Who did he turn out to be?
Aquaman?
Yeah, he turned out to be Aquaman, right?
I think so.
Is that guy? Is that guy who's in Stargate Atlantis, did he turn out to be Aquaman eventually? Is he responsible for that horrible, horrible movie? I think it might be the same guy. Is that the same guy? Am I right or what?
Yeah.
I think it's the same guy.
Yeah.
So I watched that guy way before he was super famous when he was just in Stargate Atlantis, you know. Stop doing that, Filter.
Yeah.
Stop being a jerk. My color filter's being a jerk.
Why is it doing that?
That Johnny Cash song was great, Folsom County Blues. Then they did a thing that got canned 6 episodes in. Atlantis is real. But look, listen, Elise S. We should all agree on this at least. If Star Trek Voyager was to have a fight with Stargate Atlantis would win.
I like that.
Okay.
I'm interested in Atlantis. I should watch that. I think that's on Netflix.
Maybe. I've not enjoyed Doctor Who the few times I've watched bits of it. I just haven't enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't know why.
Same. I don't know why either.
And I'll tell you, who was the original Stargate team? That lady and that dude? Was named something Dean Anderson? He was good, and that lady who played the lady with him, she was good, and I recently watched a documentary on YouTube about the power struggle between Roddenberry and Paramount when it came to the Next Generation thing. Roddenberry was, shall we say, an alcohol enthusiast. Richard Dean Anderson, that's right. Now there's a leading man. Now there's a handsome leading man that you can really get behind and say, hey, I trust this guy to be agreeable, bland, non-threatening, but also kind of manly. That's the kind of leading man I want to see in my science fiction shows.
Yeah.
And plus, patriotic in a good all-American kind of way. He's an all-American hero, that Richard Dean Anderson. And same with that lady who was the blonde lady who was with him. Another one. They both played American military people that make you go, yeah, America. That's right. Your impression of it is it's a sitcom? What are you talking about, Stargate? Stargate's no sitcom. Stargate's an exciting adventure and science fiction wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Traveling between gates, different worlds, aliens, pew, 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 everywhere. It's amazing. I never got into Battlestar Galactica. I never liked the original Battlestar Galactica, even when I liked shows like that as a kid. The original Twilight Zones are pretty great. There's no disputing that. I mean, you can't fairly shake two sticks at Rod Serling, one of history's great ENTPs. I'm thrilled to have Rod Serling on the team.
That is a really great person to have on.
Feel great to have him on the ENTP team, He was super cool. And super correct about things, He was, basically outraged by anti-egalitarian injustice. Be it, judging people by race or creed or anything else. He was like, everybody's an individual. But back in the day, of course, he was making this point during segregation, and so people weren't very enthusiastic about hearing it. But he looked so cool doing it too. He's got a little skinny black tie, sitting there. And then if you see interviews of him, he's really articulate. I just don't know. I just don't know if that's the sort of thing that we want to be expressing as Americans. He's a cool guy. Well, I mean, egalitarianism is, I guess you would say, a broadly egalitarian worldview would generally be intellectually consistent with a populist political movement. But I'm egalitarian but not populist. So And I oppose populism with every bone in my body. I'm an elitist for sure. I believe that there are some people qualified to engage in political discourse and in the political process, and that most people ought to just simply exclude themselves from it because they recognize they're not qualified, really. But that's not how it goes, of course. In fact, we get the exact opposite message. Pearl Jam did suck shit. That's true.
Yeah, that is true.
I believe they hit 12 cities on their shit-sucking tour of 1990. What was it? 3, 4, 5? At least as no. You are. It's the opposite. You burn in hell if you are fond of Pearl Jam. I don't want to understand, Yo-Yo. Why don't you just tell me what you want me to understand instead of making me play this little game to figure it out? Here's what I want you to understand, Eric. Blah, 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 blah. And you say those words. Bands you shouldn't like. Pearl Jam is up there on that list. It's not necessarily at the top of the list, but it's on that list. I mean, anytime you think Pearl Jam is good, just remember this. Jeremy's broken. Where? Just remember that. And just go, oh, ew, ew, ew. You know, INTJ, Desert INTJ is here, okay? Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you. Dave Matthews Band is worse than Pearl Jam. Correct. Dave Matthews Band is worse than Pearl Jam. But listen, Desert INTJ, I want to give credit to you and your ego block types. Since you're here, it reminds me. I was in the bath earlier, and I had a realization that here's what happens when you ignore NITE. And what is the answer to here's what happens when you ignore NITE? Front-loading washing machines. Front-loading washing machines make no sense. Okay? They make no sense. The only reason why washing machines are front-loading is because stupid SI people like me want to watch their laundry turn around. For no good reason. Top-loading washing machines make sense. You don't have to worry about gross water getting rancid, and you don't have to take extra steps to prevent that, and etc. because you're taking advantage of the basic logic of the thing, which is use gravity so that you don't have to prevent the door from opening when the water's spinning around, you know? So, washing machines have one job, and front-loading machines suck at that job. And the thing is, FESI people, they think I need to see my laundry spinning around in order to believe it's getting clean. And therefore, we're going to have front-loading washing machine. Dumbest idea in the world. That's what happens when NITE gets ignored. What happens when NIFE gets ignored? Prog rock, free jazz, all the mistakes Eric's ever made. What happens when SIFE gets ignored in favor of NIFE? There are no cushions on the chairs in the wedding pews. And they don't have nobody changes the thermostat. I come in here, it doesn't matter what I left the thermostat at. Rachel's sitting right here with this in front of her. It is exactly what I left it at. It's like, you too, if you feel like it's stuffy in here, you too could turn down or up the temperature, Rachel. She just never seems to do it. Any thoughts on why you don't change the temperature?
I guess I'm happy where it's at. I do change it when I notice a big difference. That's usually if I'm sleeping in here or something.
When NETI gets ignored, we hear this stupid shit that I heard on TV last night at the KFC Taco Bell. This lady was saying, the thing is, the data's early. It's possible that the reason we're not seeing severe symptoms from Omicron is because the people in South Africa who mostly we have data on their symptoms, 80% of them probably already had it before, and so they have extra immunity to it, and we may experience it much worse here still.
Oh.
Of course, where's the logic in this? Number one, we can always come up with possible reasons why it might be worse than it appears. It also might be less bad than it appears. And also, if 80% of the South Africans already had it once, why are we only hearing about it the second time they had it? It must not have been very bad the first time they had it either, right? Regardless, those sort of appeals to ignorance aren't justifications for anything. COVID is what happens when we ignore NETI. COVID policies. Tupac Collins calling in the air tonight. Hold on, hold on, hold on, Tupac. Tupac is not only still alive, but he's still hanging on for dear life at the edge of a cliff someplace, waiting for somebody to come rescue him. Hold on, Tupac. I'm on my way. Oh, Elise S., you did not say that. Please tell me you did not say that. Elise S. just committed a crime. Somebody arrest her. She just said Phil Collins' solo is good. Elise S. Is this April Fool's Day? Are you playing an April Fool's joke on me? Are you giving me an April Fool's joke as an early Christmas present? Surely you must be joking. There's no possible way any sane human being can tell me that Phil Collins' solo is good. Phil Collins makes me vomit blood every time it plays. I find myself vomiting blood and scratching my eardrums out. I can't feel it coming in the air tonight. If I can, I better turn that radio station quick. I'll tell you who's an old band that has a couple good songs. I was singing one of them today. I was singing Walk of Life by Dire Straits.
That's a good song.
Here comes Dawn is singing on and gonna down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. I got the action, he got the glory. Yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning all the nighttime into the day. Now. Yeah, he do the walk, do the walk of life. Yeah, you do the walk of life. He is self-taught. Himself the drums and cannot read music. Well, Elise asks, I've got a link I want to share with you, okay? It's a pretty important link. I think you're really gonna like it. You're gonna really like this. This is one of my favorite links of all time. crazy. It's appropriately titled Links for Idiots, I believe. No offense. I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm just saying that's what this is called. If I can find this document, it's got to be on here somewhere. Links for idiots. Sorry. Sometimes shit happens, you know. That was one of those times. Okay, so this link here is a link I want to share with Elise S. Well, that's a link that is just as yours, you are doing yo-yo. This is enigmatically revealing the truth. You've got to watch it to see it. Unlike your links, mine are fantastic. They're independently entertaining. The reason I have to link this from photos is because it's not my intellectual property, so we can't show it here. I don't want to get busted. The link I put up there, I'll put it again. Gah. Can't you even see a link when it's right in front of your face? You know? Now I'm going to watch this, and I am going to intentionally mute briefly. Don't help anymore is my favorite part of that video. I sometimes like to say I spent a lot of time with when that was Eric's life. Like, what? No, wait, no, not because. I don't have to deal with that so much anymore, it seems like. I don't know. It feels like things have... Maybe it's just at the half a Klonopin talking, I don't know. But I'm feeling a lot more chill, a lot happier than I was earlier. I had to turn the audio off for when I played that thing. I was just playing, so... That's from Mr. Show, if you're not familiar with the show. It's called Mr. Show. Fly Guy asks a compelling question, Elise asks. Why don't you marry him then? I love David Cross too. Why don't I marry him? Because I'm already married to Rachel. Yo-Yo, you sure are combative. You and I are struggling for dominance. Who will be the victor? I don't know. It's a mystery. So we'll have to wait and find out. What shit's super dangerous? Oh, don't put stuff in your urethra. That's horrible. Ah. That's a really not good idea. Don't do that. That really sounds like it hurts a lot. Stop talking about that. Ow. That makes my SI uncomfortable. Don't worry, kitty. It's not time for you to start on another video yet. Soon, maybe. It's not for you, Yo-Yo. You're not allowed to watch it. Just stay away. It'll give you radiation poisoning. And I heard from your mom that you're allergic to radiation poisoning. Ah, sure. Is it true, Yo-Yo, that you're allergic to radiation poisoning? Hi, Alec T. Are you the Alec I typed INFP the other day? Very useful session, by the way. It was nice the way that your NE and the way that you do with the Inky Pinky and stuff, it makes me feel very comfortable with typing you as NE1 too, because those tests, you know, they don't necessarily eliminate people who've got any lower down, third or fourth. It seems to be split so much more on conscious, unconscious than other tests, including like 6-shot demonstrative. NE isn't necessarily good at those Inky Pinkies either. So, Inky Pinkies are one of the stronger tests we have, but I think ultimately the SI tests are the most definitive tests we have if they come up polar or very weak. Well, you'll notice a lot of people, when I ask them, it takes them a long time even to get the concept of it. And as you mentioned yourself, you know, Fly Guy's not being nice. Fly Guy. Hey, Fly Guy. We talked about this. No bullying Yo-Yo. You stop bullying Yo-Yo right now.
We don't stand for bullying in
Uh-uh.
this community.
You stop calling Yo-Yo world's famous cello player. First of all, the word is famousest, not famous. You're a sweetheart? YDYM. What do you mean? Rachel didn't know what TIL meant today. She had to
Yeah,
ask
I
me.
didn't.
Who here knows what TIL means? No, you're not an INFP. I don't think really. Yeah, today I learned. I think it's a Reddit thing. Today I learned. I think that's why Rachel didn't recognize it, because I don't think she
Yes.
goes on Reddit.
Yeah, I don't. I look at romantic advice on Reddit and MBTI stuff on Reddit because it could get pretty interesting.
Okay, well now Yo-Yo's bullying me. Stop telling me to type
Excuse
you.
me, why are you messing with my husband?
I cry easily.
He does. He's very sensitive.
And it takes me weeks or even years to get over even the smallest wound to my ego. So, no, Boba Fett. You have to put an accent mark. Learned. You can't just put a space. That's not going to do. You need to put an accent mark, plus a tilde, plus an umlaut. Okay, now Fly Guy. That, I guess, will qualify simply as good advice rather than bullying. Oliver Linehan expresses his disdain for TE. Yeah. I share your disdain for TD, TE, Oliver Linehan. Reddit is where people dating about giving BJs to one of Elon Musk's penis rockets. Yeah. Elon Musk is so genius. No. He's a dumb man. Elon Musk is a dumb man.
He's got a lot of kids too, so he has to pretend to come up with ideas to pay the rent. So he's got a lot. Like
How many kids? 6 kids?
7 maybe.
That's a lot of kids.
Yeah, he has a lot of kids.
He can start his own Brady Bunch reality show. That would pay for the kids.
He could. They did. They had like a tour of his house, and this was years ago when he was with his now ex-wife, and the kids were like running all over the place, and he's like giving the tour, like, hey, this is where my kitchen is, and this is the living room, and it did feel a little chaotic.
Yeah, well, you know, he just successfully sold people on the reality that he could make a successful company, which he could and did. Now, the extent to which that success is implicit to the quality of his product or versus some other directionality of interpretation is whatever, but I just shake my head at that guy because it's like he doesn't respect the body at all, and he thinks it's gonna be fine to just jab shit into your brain and stuff, and it's like, no, dude, it's not. People's bodies are not machines; they're organisms. He just bugs me a little bit. He doesn't even bug me that much. He bugs me in some ways less than a lot of public figures like that. At least he's kind of amusing, you know, with his periodic kind of oops. You know, he has a periodic oops that's kind of funny. I mean, that's a lot of child support payments he's going to have to be making. Since he's not staying with these women, you know.
Yeah, yep. So that's why he needs to promote his genius as much as possible. Keep that facade, because if he doesn't, he won't be able to pay the bills. So.
I mean, he should at this point have a fair amount socked away if he's smart.
Yeah. I would think so.
But 18 years, she's got him for 18 years. And his 18th birthday, find out it wasn't his? I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't going for no broke Elon Musks.
Elon Musk thinks he's an INFJ.
If he's insane and knows nothing about cognitive functions. I don't know. I have no way of determining how many people mistype themselves. I would say that it seems like a lot of people have trouble figuring out, settling on exactly what type they are, and generally that's because they're getting information from multiple sources. I talked to an INFJ this morning for the second time about questions, and most of his confusion was based on just totally wrong ass shit, like DSP stuff. It's like, if you want to know who the absolute worst, most nonsensical nonsense is out there, it's not C.S. Joseph, although I don't have much respect for that either, but it's absolutely by a million miles DSP. DSP is just out of left field, completely bonkers in his understanding of cognitive functions. He had I typed an ENFJ the other day. He had typed this person as ISTJ. Talk about having no concept of what introverted sensing is. There's no such thing as INFJT. It doesn't exist. Yeah, OPS is, most people know it as OPS rather than as, DSP is the guy behind OPS.
Ah. That's why he typed you as ESFJ. Right?
He types who? Me? I don't think he's typed me.
Oh.
I mean, if you really want to know how to type yourself, watch my typing sessions. If you don't think that you can ask yourself those questions and answer them honestly and evaluate your own responses compared to the people I'm talking to, then hire me to do it. Yeah, jumpers are just nonsense. It's like, and then people come in confused. Well, of course they're confused if they've been watching a variety of different typology things to try to sort of get a sense of a little bit of everybody's thoughts on the matter, thinking that's a good idea, which isn't a terrible intuitive notion to have. You think, intuitively it makes sense. You go into something like a typology community, you check out a little bit of a bunch of different people and assume not one guy's going to have a monopoly on truth. Unfortunately, in this community, it is the case that one guy has a monopoly on truth,
I agree with Desert INTJ. Frank James isn't doing people any favors either with his information videos. He needs to stick with the funny ones. I did watch a more recent video of Frank James ranking the most extroverted to least extroverted, and he used the Big Five test to make the list, and I was like, damn, he's just not good at it. He's just not good at, cause I know I struggle. I'm not a professional when it comes to typology at all. Being around Eric, I learn a lot more. Because the cognitive functions are such a, they're the way you think, and act and behave. So I feel that whatever Frank James is saying about these types, I think he's a little bit missing the target on some of them.
Okay, well, Legend Falls says a prominent OPS acolyte typed you as ESTP spent a lot of time and effort on it. Well, and he apparently got you right, but, if I can type somebody who's ENFJ that I can definitively show as SI polar, and hear from that person that they were typed ISTJ by OPS, OPS has got a serious fucking problem, right? The thing is, what do animals have to do with cognitive functions? Somebody said, well, what's your argument against their animals? My argument is, what do animals have to do with cognitive functions? Why are there animals in your cognitive functions? Do I have introverted tiger or something? It's stupid. Yeah, broken clocks and blind squirrels, right? The thing is, what you ultimately get are a bunch of people in OPS who are using their intuition to type somebody else. They're using their intuition because it's so interpretively vague, and there's so many different possible ways to spin these things that anybody can justify anything with it. So they end up ultimately using their intuition to judge people, and some people have decent intuition. You know? But the thing to note is that nobody but me is putting out a bunch of typing sessions that ask meaningfully questions that you can apply yourself, take home, test yourself, and explaining to you these questions should test as ungameable. These systems, these kind of questions are like I explained to somebody earlier today. A good system of assessing people should, first things first, say whether a question is for virgins, half virgins, or non-virgins. So virgins are people who aren't even familiar with typology. Non-virgins are people who, half virgins are people who are familiar with typology but have not heard this question before. And non-virgins are people who are familiar with the typology and have heard the question before. The most robust questions you'll get replicatable results on non-virgins. I mean, the fact that it's replicatable is implicit in the fact that they're non-virgins, right? So the thing is, there's no other person even attempting to make those distinctions, even though those are the most critical kind of distinctions to make, right? We've got to know there are some questions that might produce good results from somebody who's a complete virgin, who doesn't know anything about typology, and you go up to them and start asking them some questions, and they give you answers that may be self-reporting kind of questions that are very potentially, they correlate very strongly to certain things. But you can only use those on people who don't know anything about typology, and you're blindsiding them, right? So you've got to be able to distinguish between how questions work, who they work on, or else you're just going to be bumblefucking your way through nonsense town, as are Dave and Shan. That's what they should title their channel. Bumblefucking our way through nonsense town.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I don't want typology to be like finding Sasquatch. Which has got to be one of the most ridiculous shows I've ever seen. If you've never watched Finding Sasquatch, it should definitely be called Looking for Sasquatch. They are doing no finding of Sasquatch. They go out in the woods in the middle of the night with their... I haven't really typed her, you know. Yeah. Well, what was I talking about? I was saying something important. Oh yeah, finding Sasquatch. So they go out into the wilderness at night, and they got their night vision cameras on, so everything's green, you know. They also got their thermal cameras, so you can look at the tree line. And then they make Sasquatch calls, okay, and they listen intently. And then they'll hear like this in the distance. We got a tree knock! We got a tree knock! That was a squatch. That was definitely a squatch. Yeah, I'm testing for TE. And that was one of the things that was inconsistent with the last guy with INFJ that I ended up saying probably INFJ is he was able to do the TE questions, which is to say, can you break down something like taking the trash out into 4 steps? However, I've determined that TE question, it works on half virgins, but it doesn't work on non-virgins. So what I mean by that is I've had, I think probably Oliver Linehan, even though he's ISFJ and TE polar, could at this point successfully break down a task like that into 4 steps. Probably Rachel could. Probably a lot of people who listen to a typing session, especially if they know they're going into one and have thought about it, then they probably have sort of SI around a trick of some sort for it. So it's one of those things, that's why it's not a real polar test, because I don't trust it on non-virgins. I trust it on half virgins, but not on non-virgins. So, okay, I mean, yes, designated INTJ. I want to go out into the forest with Bobo and Monkey and go squatching. I want him to tell me, bro, this is some of the squatchiest ground I've seen in a while. I want to hear him say that to me while I'm on mushrooms. I want to pet his dog Monkey, and I want to go squatching with him. Yes, I do. I'm not denying that. Okay, but only one time probably. Just one time. It's not something I want to do repeatedly. I'm not really that into the discomfort and dirtiness of being outside. I can get into it sometimes if I'm going on like a cool hiking adventure or something, but you know, I don't deal with what you call it, discomfort well. Hunger, thirst, sleepiness, gackiness. I just don't deal with discomfort very well. I wouldn't mind doing a little glamping.
Yeah, a little glamping would be nice.
I'm a little old for youthful meowing.
And I'm old at heart, so...
Rachel, when I say, hey, we'll go to Mammoth at some point, she goes, I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to do anything that's gonna get hurt at. Like, I'm not gonna try to make you do anything you're gonna get hurt at. Jeez.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's
go down
fine.
your throat.
No, it's fine. I know. I have in the past overestimated your SE on occasion, so I understand that, you know, you got some reason to think that.
I mostly just look forward to going.
So Rachel, can you break down doing the dishes into 5 steps?
Oh my god. Doing the dishes, washing the dishes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got your... The answer's no. So, but, you got your dishes in the sink. You take some soap and put it on a sponge. And you wash the dishes. You rinse it with water. God. And I want to say. You dry it.
There you
Put
go.
it away.
Hey, you dry it. Dry it, put it away, do one step is fine. That's pretty good though, right? That's not terrible. You managed to do it. So it's like, I mean, kind of managed to do it. You had more trouble with it than the guy I typed last though. So how much is that really a TE polar test? He's a fraidy cat and she's super domineering. Fly guy, that's very offensive. Okay. Very gender. You're a part of the patriarchy. You are part of the problem because you are a patriarchal patriarch. Rachel and I, to make sure so things are fair and I'm not patriarchal, we take turns menstruating.
Yeah, it's true.
So she doesn't have to do it all the time.
Yeah, he gets his period as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually like shed any blood, of course, but his genitals go through a change in.
Yeah. I say it's only fair. And we've also have an agreement that when we get reincarnated in our next lives, I'll be the woman and she'll be the man.
Yeah.
That'll make things more fair.
I think it's pretty good right now. It's just a change.
My girlfriend and I take turns reminding her to do the dishes. Hilarious.
That is hilarious.
The thing is, nobody would really say that, like, Rachel's domineering or I'm whipped or anything. But in some traditional women areas, I'm much more responsible for our upkeep than she is. And in some, she is. Like, she does the laundry every week, and that's nice and very helpful. And she'll do some picking up around here a little bit like I will. Generally, I'll take the trash out, and I'll do the cooking and the dish. Well, it's like depends on if I do the dishes. There's like some dishes over there that we kind of both take turns not doing.
Yeah, he wears the shorts.
I wear the shorts in the family.
Yeah.
That's right. Spanking men is fun. Well, I'm sure there are plenty of takers out there.
Yeah.
You just have to check Santa's adult naughty list.
I think that Eric has great butt cheeks.
Thanks.
I'm a fan.
I got them at the Butt Cheek Boutique.
Oh, the butt cheek boutique.
The place where they have the fanciest cheeks in all of Beverly Hills.
Mm.
Well, like when I asked an ESTJ how long it took her before she knew whether a song was good, she gave me a beautiful response for an ESTJ and I polar person, which was, after she's listened to it 7 or 8 times, it gets familiar, and then she gets accustomed to it and starts to like it. You skip the part about deciding whether it's good or not. Whereas intuitives will usually say, I can tell right away, or something like, I know at first whether it's worth listening to all the way through. I know kind of right away whether it's first listening to all the way through, but then I have to listen to it a few times. Maybe I get that from it, but yeah, I mean, Rachel and I think are both pretty quick on the draw about understanding whether a song is good or not. If we listen to it all the way through one time,
Yeah.
I might add it to a playlist and then realize it was a mistake, but
That happens. Well,
by and large, not.
Yes, you're very on top of it. You're on top of it more than I am, actually. Like, I can absolutely say that there are some songs that are bad, but I like them because they have an SI memory attached to it. So it's not like I really like the song that much, just reminds me of a time that...
Like Safety Dance. Like me and Safety Dance. We can dance if we want to, or we can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Although it seems like it is a good song. But it's probably mostly SI for me, because I really liked that song when I was in like 5th grade. Are you attentive to such things as NF talk, or is that not very accurate to track? It's not very accurate to track, because if you put an ENFP and an ENTP together and have them talk out various ideas, you might find it very difficult to distinguish between the two of them until you ask them some TI questions. There was one particular ENFP named Sauce who was very, very much like me. We could riff off stories off of each other. It was indistinguishable, the NE from each other. But it was only until we started talking about things that were like policy issues or whatever, any kind of TI matter, that our differences became stark and evident. So there's that. Do I base it on lyrics or melody? That song, that I like it? I mean, I don't know what to say about that song, because that song is, I'm providing it as an example of something that I may not be using my intuition about. I may be using my SI. In other words, I don't really trust that my taste about that song is accurate, because it was imprinted into me in 5th grade, you know. That's because you're not moderator, so you cannot put the link. Because if you put the link, it won't show and think, and then you won't think a dink. Or we can dance and sing. An ENTP that doesn't know he's an ENTP tried to dominate you. I got upset about that. So, I mean, it depends. It's like when I typed that girl INFP the other day, the one with the very mischievous smile, and I said right away, you look super intuitive. It's like that like mischievous smile looked very NE, I guess you'd say. I thought she was an ENTP because I rushed through the TI questions, and I guess she got them wrong and I didn't notice. I thought she got them right. So, but yeah, so that goes to show you that no, NF and NFP and NTP talk is not necessarily different. I can tell the difference, like when a show's been written by an ENFP versus an ENTP, I can tell the difference. Like, I feel quite confident that this show that I started off enjoying, which was called I forget what it was called, but it was about this magic college with these magic college students, and then do you remember what I'm talking about?
And they have a house.
Yeah, they have that house.
Yes.
Alright, so I watched the first couple of seasons of that, and it's called like The Kids, something Kids or whatever. I don't know. But the first couple of seasons of it were quite entertaining. And then an ENFP took over writing it, and I could just tell, okay, an ENFP is writing this. It's disjointed,
Oh, that was disappointing.
yeah. But the thing is, I can't necessarily tell. Um, I can't necessarily tell from chatting with them, because that quality of being better at collapsing narratives, INFPs are better at collapsing them, comes from being FE instead of FI. So, like, one of my favorite book series of all time, The Magicians, is that what it was called?
Oh, the Magicians.
Yeah,
yes.
their later seasons got shitty. Um, so, anyhow, what was I saying? Something really, really important. You found a flight to California for like $80. Is that bullshit?
No.
Probably not, but it'll probably cost you a lot more if you have a bag and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
The thing is, I would suggest, if you're going to come out here, you probably will need a hotel room. I don't know if I want to really spring this house guest on my dad. I haven't thought about it some. There are cheap hotel rooms around here, but also make sure you don't time it to coincide when Rachel's mom's in town, which is January 16th, or I don't know. It's tell her the dates.
I think it's the 9th to the 17th.
9th to the 17th. Oh, does your dad live out here in California? Is his name Mac Daddy's daddy? I hate to be the one to point this out, Mac Daddy, but Arkansas and California aren't really that close together. Could you explain what you mean by agents, vectors, objects, fields? Well, an agent is just an object that can take independent action. Vector is sort of the flow of that action. The force, you might say, behind the action, or the information flow. Whether it's putting information, getting information, receiving information, or interfacing. And the fields, there are 4 fields upon which we pay attention: internal metaphysical, external metaphysical, internal physical, and external physical, which you might call communicative and experiential instead of metaphysical and physical. I think people generally respond better to the words communicative and experiential. So you've got 4 fields, 2 experiential ones and 2 communicative ones. So yeah, I'm not in the mood. I'm not promoting boxing matches that don't include myself against somebody more famous than me. Also, if I go to California, I'm not telling anyone while I'm handling it on your own. Sounds like a good way to get abducted by some strange internet person you've never actually met. When you get here, you realize I've been wearing this mask the whole time. When I peel it off, I look like somebody different. And then, we'll just go back to life streaming normal. I wonder where Mac Daddy disappeared to. Didn't she say she was going to visit you? Oh, no. No. She didn't say anything like that. We didn't see her, did we, Rachel?
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Really, she's like in a cage underground going, help, help.
She'll be on the news soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I feel you, dog. It's like, the reality is, obviously, Mac Daddy, it's perfectly safe to visit me and Rachel. There's nothing shady's gonna go on at all. I mean, there might be some DRUGS done or something like that, but nothing shady or exploitative or dirty or anything at all. So, that, that, we know that, everybody here knows that, but trying to convince people in your immediate circle who don't know anything about me or talking to famous people, trying to explain it is going to be a nightmare. I understand what you're saying. Especially since you're a chick. Yeah. ESTJ Pa made a house in a posh neighborhood. Super safe. It's true. It's a pretty posh neighborhood. Yeah. Sorry to spoil your cover there, Mac Daddy. Yes, Mac Daddy is a chick. She's an ESTP chick. And, you know, she's in that age range of where she's in the age range of doctor's favor. So so magnitude and direction. In this case, to clarify what Jeff Shaw is saying, a vector has both directionality and relationship. So, in other words, not all externally directed attention is the same, and not all internally directed attention is the same. That's just one of the two necessary components of a vector. Now, in physics or something, we'd be looking at magnitude in terms of acceleration or something like that, you know. But here we're saying it's one of a particular set of possible qualities rather than quantity. Non-quantitative, oh yeah, oh yeah. To the extent that you want to make cognitive functions quantitative, you'd measure it in time, right? Like amount of time, minutes, hours per meow spent attending in the following fashions. The thing that makes it complicated is that really everybody is their first and second function, which imply their relationships to each of the other functions. So, when we talk about it in 8 functions, it's kind of like irrational numbers in math. It's something we do to shortcut a way around something that we can't do with rational numbers, per se. But irrational numbers are tools to circumvent sticky spots in math. They aren't actually representative of anything real. I mean, I don't doubt that there are some guys who would call themselves Mac Daddy and mean it literally. I think you're overestimating the subtlety of some people. Rachel prefers I call her grandfather.
Yes.
Grandfather, may I have another bowl of porridge?
That's how I feel about
And then
connection.
she'll scream at me, "No! No porridge for you!" And that's how we get aroused.
Yeah, everyone has their thing.
Yeah. We play abusive grandfather denies Victorian era orphan English child porridge. That's our fetish. I play the role of Open, the Victorian era British blind orphan boy. But I'm blind. Then you play the role of the abusive orphanage keeper.
You can see in your third eye.
May I have some more porridge?
No, you may not.
We better stop now. I'm getting hot. No, we don't
We
really
don't
do
think
that. We don't really play Oliver. That's basically the plot of Oliver, this play.
Yeah.
That the only reason I know about this play at all, really, is because when I was in the boys' choir, we sang, "Food, wonderful food, meow 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 meow." I don't remember the whole song, but anyway, apparently it was from Oliver. Oliver's a play. It's about an orphan boy who's got a fetish for porridge, and you know. Eric, read my comment. Okay. I think there's a version of NoFap that goes so far as not ejaculating when actually having sex. You sure that's not no brains? Please, sir, may I have some more porridge? Dear Lord, child, how much porridge can you possibly eat? You're going to condense my thought, Eric, if you relate it to math, and it's more an application of solving simultaneous linear equations. One must be solved before the other. Well, I don't know much about solving simultaneous linear equations, but I don't think that's really analogous to what I was saying. I'm saying that there's not really 8 functions that are at play, that, you know, any or ni is one expression of a single thing, right? If I'm an any dominant, then it's an expression of my relationship with intuition in general, which is defined as an expression of my relationship with sensing and as a relationship with the other kind of sensing, you know. So when we talk about an 8 function model, then it's really the case that everybody has 2 functions, and that each of those functions is the same thing as the 5th function, the 8th, the 4th, okay? Like the first is the same thing as the 5th, the 8th, the 4th. It's one master relationship to subordinates. But we talk about an 8 function model and treat them as though they're operating independently. And in that regard, it's like irrational numbers, because it's a shortcut around dealing with it in a way that's too holistic for us to reducibly manage. So we have to make some metaphorical shortcuts before returning back to the reality of concrete numbers, which link to physical realities. So in that regard, it's analogous. I don't know if your simultaneous linear equations thing is analogous or not. I guess I don't really know enough about that. If you're saying it's not possible for one person to simultaneously solve 2 different equations, well, you're just saying it's not simultaneously possible for one person to pay attention to 2 different things in the same modality, which is obviously true, but not very informative. Yeah, you should have done it. I could probably get the Oval Office back there, yeah. I probably could. Now, how do you come to terms with issues that are caused by your polar? How are you and I supposed to deal with FI polar problems, and what problems does it even cause in the first place that are or can be detrimental? Well, I mean, we're impulsive in that like, I know my time with my dad is limited. He's not going to be around forever. My chances to visit my mom are finite. They aren't going to be around forever. But I don't really behave as though that were the case. And periodically I have this looming sense of dread that I'm going to regret not taking advantage of opportunities to really sit down and chat with my dad and so forth. Of course, I like the things I'm doing instead. I enjoy this. I enjoy what I'm doing right now. Instead of going and chatting with my dad, who may or may not really want me to chat with him, and it's all hard and complicated, but FI tells me that I should care and make it happen anyway, that I'll regret it if I don't put some effort into it, you know?
Yeah.
And so, but really it's like, I'm more interested in making him happy than I am in spending time with him in a way that would be gratifying to me later. So even that, I'm not really sure what to make of it. You know, it's something that I wrestle with regularly, which is I'll have sort of a burst of activity with my dad, and then I'll feel like, okay, I feel like I'm being a good son. I'll spend less time with him, and I feel like I'm being a bad son. Then sometimes I'll try to spend time with him, and he's just not having it because he, you know, it's like he expects me to continue to be the way I am, to just be predictable, right? That's really what he wants. And so, and he doesn't want my ideas about things that we could do together. He's not interested in my ideas. And so it's like, it really leaves me as the sense of, all I can do is basically try not to disappoint rather than trying to do anything more than that. But I mean, it's kind of like built into being a beneficiary and a benefactor-beneficiary relationship. It's really hard for the benefactor to take the beneficiary seriously. Like, I generally don't think ENFJs have much to teach me at all. I'll consistently see what they have to offer as too lean in its knowing, which is to say lacking in concrete examples, and too reliant on FE and its success at the expense potentially of TI, right? So, in other words, too FE and I means too little knowing, too much interfacing at the expense of too much knowing. There needs to be some balance. It's like, Eric, are people frightened at the thought of people looking and staring at them in their casket when they die? I don't know. I'm not frightened of that. I don't worry about that. It just struck me, though, that when I read at the beginning of that, the people are frightened often of my getting to know them. Like when people want to take these typing sessions and they're excited about them, but they're often a little nervous and scared too, in the sense that they don't really want certain things exposed necessarily, certain weaknesses or whatever. Maybe they have high expectations coming in, or put a lot of hope into being a certain type, and they're scared they're not going to be that type. So a fair number of people are somewhat frightened by the typing process. And I try to be, I think, quite gentle in general. How How did you determine that your feeling function sucked? How did that argument reveal that to you, Fly Guy? Alec T. It's a good idea to hire. Well, probably won't work as well for SE Polar. It works better for SEA. To hire a praise observer. Ooh, this is a good technique for ENTP kids. Hire someone to sit there and go, "Wow, you're really good at this. Wow, show me again how you did that. That's amazing." And the ENTP will be like, "All right, I can do this. This is fine." Well, I mean, I don't think that means you have bad F. Fly Guy. I think it's fair to say that it's not as bad. The key justification being, of course, that in the former instance, the person remains alive, while in the latter instance, they are not any longer alive. Well, put it this way, Elise says. If they do often both happen together, I would suggest that if the person who is going to make them happen together instead decided on a whim to ask the person, which would you prefer? And you get to choose only one. Very few people would choose the murder. Right? So, what do you think? What do you think? What logic were you using? Well, even if that's the case, Elise S., I would say that I mean, Jeff Shaw, the thing is, if you want to be serious about the topic, you need to recognize that you're not seeing a number of typing sessions. And that when people don't turn out how they kind of want to be, a lot of times they don't publish. So it's like you may believe that's what's happening, and there are instances where I'm not sure where it's possible that might have happened. Like tonight's INFJ, I'm uncertain about that one. I'm not sure what to make about that typing. I think that that he was having trouble hearing me is part of the issue. So, but no, I mean, it's like I'm as good as a person can be about not allowing FE considerations to influence me. I'm not perfect, but I'm much, much better than you give me credit for. But Fly Guy, the point is, whether or not you were arguing with TI depends not on what you said, but what you said to sustain it. To sustain your, what reasoning you used. Also, I've seen you say before that you don't understand why people have their ego wrapped around TI because it's not a particularly interesting function to have. But to me, I'm pretty fond of it, really. I mean, look, obviously, TI and at least what you might say is functionally effective NE, which occurs in both ESTPs and ENTPs. They're effective communicators in part because they can remember the details of what people are saying. And when you're talking to ENFJs especially, or ENTJs, you really have to be concise in your expressions because they'll lose the point very quickly if you start getting a little rambly. So, well, why does that make? Why does see? Fly guy, that's not good reasoning because it's non-unique to that direction, right? It would also be the case that if you were the judge and you had to judge the rape of a murderer, you'd have to charge him with at least second-degree rape or whatever, right? So it is non-unique to that. It doesn't justify as a consequence. Okay, can we stop talking about this unpleasant topic? Nobody likes the RAPE. It's an unpleasant topic. It makes me sad to think about. It's ugly. It's ugly like a steaming poo on top of a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I thought the argument was over which one was worse. So it's like you don't know what the argument was on. What was the resolution? Originally you positioned it as the resolution was meow is worse than meow. Now you're saying, well, yeah, but meowers get meowed and meow. Well, okay, that's different. What Tragically Hip song is that? I don't know which Tragically Hip song. I do know this. I'm going to smoke this cigarette, and then I'll play a song, and maybe if we're lucky, Rachel will sing along.
How nice can it be?
Well, even T people get upset sometimes about stuff. You're 38 years old and you never kissed a girl. Fly guy, that's okay. I bet you kissed your mom when you were little, so it's not true anyway. They said they were a D, but an F5 user, and you think so because they got super upset with you when you disagreed, and that's enough for you to conclude you must be a different kind of judging function, yeah. Because you had different conclusions even though you didn't justify them. I suspect you're not very TI, or you would have seen what I said, which is your argument was non-unique to your point and could be applied reciprocally. That means that's not a good argument to make. TE stuff, TE my butt. Okay, well that song is basically critiquing a lack of mitigating a lack of mitigating circumstance. So what that song is trying to say is, because they had so much good motivation for revenge, they should be punished less than if they were otherwise motivated, right? That's the logic of the song. If it's trying to advocate in favor of, say, less harsh punishment for this guy because he had a good reason. But I mean, I think that's a very specific argument. It's like the argument should be simply, in cases like this, the punishment should be mitigated because of the justice of the urge for revenge, even if the action of taking revenge is not justified. I mean, I don't think you do either, because we have a criminal justice system by which you can hold people to account, and that's what we're all obligated to do, is basically concede sovereignty to that which has a monopoly on use of force in regards to those things. So you'll see that the issue in this case is not about either rape or murder at all, is it? It's about mitigating circumstances, and it's about vigilantism. And I'm not necessarily gatekeepering TI for you. You may very well be a TI user, Fly Guy, but I am telling you that was not a good TI argument. To say that, well, being a member of society means enduring the fact that the government is going to limit the freedom and liberty of some people. However, legitimate freedom and liberty are not violatory of others' rights. Legitimate exercises of freedom and liberty don't violate other people's rights. So, to the extent that the government does limit your freedom and liberty unnecessarily, or for things that don't violate rights, then those laws are unjust, and how well society fights against those kind of legislative actions is ultimately the determination of how successful society is. And that's one to grow on. Eric, will you stop being so pedantic about everything? I just can't help it. Well, I mean, I think if you have a very high degree of certainty that somebody's guilty of murdering your loved one, and they get off scot-free for some obviously unjust reason, including some sort of corruption or whatever, maybe it's like the police chief's son who did it or whatever, then obviously in those circumstances, it's a more complicated moral question than if the criminal justice system does its job. Well, I mean, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, Fly Guy. I'm not saying that vigilantism is a good thing, that people who don't get justice through the justice system should take the matter into their own hands. I think instead we should be proactive and talk about the importance of jury nullification and of jurors seizing back their rightful control over law via the the courtroom and the role of citizens in the courtroom. If we get rid of plea bargaining, then there's a lot more, then there's no way drug laws stand, right? They just don't stand for very long. There's too many opportunities. If we get rid of plea bargaining and explicitly inform juries that they can nullify, then drug laws don't last very long. They just don't ever get enforced. They don't ever get, you can't ever get convictions. They try to overrun the courts with a bunch of cases that all go to trial, and they got to guarantee a speedy trial. They got to start releasing people. You know, it's like, if we just look, how are the jury chosen? There's a process called voir dire, which each of the attorneys asks the prospective pool of jurors questions. They eliminate some of them. You can eliminate each juror. Each lawyer has a certain number of jurors they can eliminate for cause. So if a juror says, "Well, I'm in the KKK," well then they're going to be eliminated from the jury pool with cause. But if a lawyer just thinks that they don't like this juror because they look like a bearded libertarian, they have a finite, limited number of eliminations without cause. And once they've used up all their eliminations, that's when the jury's picked, basically. So, and so it's a combo process between the judge, two lawyers, and the jurors, the prospective jurors in the jury box. The biggest problem is that well over 90% of criminal cases never see trial because of the plea bargaining status quo. And that's what needs to be changed, really, first and foremost. Plea bargaining ought to be illegal in the United States. It's ridiculous. It just empowers prosecutors to overcharge people into accepting guilty pleas for things that they may or may not have done. Yeah, you get a letter from the government saying you've been selected for jury duty. It's like you're required to serve it, but you don't really get in trouble if you don't. I like jury duty, but I haven't gotten called in a while. I don't know why not. It's kind of hard to get on a jury sometimes. It depends what kind of person you are. It's kind of hard for me to get on a jury because the lawyers go, well, the defense attorneys won't have any problem with me usually. But the prosecutors go, this guy looks like a free thinker. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I really want this guy on my jury. What was funny is the jury trial in which I was the foreman. I listened to this ridiculous case that they put on, and I was itching to go in there and find this guy not guilty. And they made me the foreman, and I was surprised to discover that I was the voice of reason holding people back from a rush to find this guy not guilty for bullshit reasons. I was like, hold on. We don't have to find him not guilty for bullshit reasons, okay? We can find him not guilty for perfectly legitimate reasons, and here's what they are. So let's not, everybody was mad at the prosecutor for obviously overcharging this guy, for this thing ever going to trial. It was insane. It was ridiculous. The thing that the guy was actually guilty of maybe was simple assault. But even then, like the people who he was very restrained in the amount of assault he used, and these drunk guys were like not letting him move his car out of this spot, and there was plenty of reason to go and say self-defense enough, It's like ridiculous. It was these spoiled suburban kids went down to Koreatown and started hassling this big dark-skinned security guard guy who had just gotten off work at this gas station window. And the security guard guy wasn't very polite with them about it. It was basically like, fuck off. And went to his car. And then this guy follows him to his car and is like yelling at him, "Hey, what the hell? I was just trying to..." And gets behind his car and he gets out and he hits him with a squeegee. The security guard does. And then he is like, "Oh, I'm calling the cops. And won't get out from behind his car, and so the guy comes out with pepper spray and squirts pepper spray into the guy's eye. And finally, the security guard guy is able to move his car and get out of that fucking gas station. So, it's like, why did this go to trial? Are you shitting me? Why did this go to trial? They charged him with felony assault with a tear gas weapon. It's a very lovely day in Los Angeles.
And today we run out of time. Struggles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and voices mostly say to give it. They'll try to sap your will to fight, but whether I'm supposed to be here or just be super goddamn noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
Very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, struggles still to come.
The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but nice.
Yeah.
It's good. Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied a chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men,
Always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied
the chance to yell at them. Gregory. Thanks, Ruben.
Thanks, Ruben.
You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a breeder of fine literature. And a watcher of fine live streams.
Yes.
Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. When I'm there, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full solvency, and that satchel filled up with bones, and that satchel now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods, 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 satchel of helpful goods. Thank you, thank you. How wonderful, how wonderful. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work after rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless for listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clear now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Gerald still knew there's too much to do. He dropped time in the underview, too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought, Gerald has a lot, Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Thanks, darling. My voice is kind of shot to fuck. All the way to fuck? Yes. See, that's the Espanol version of that song, at least. Geraldo tiene un idea.
Oh, an idea.
It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears dashing through. A holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. Grow when the slope appears in charge today. Options largely other ways. Give each a chance now. One's quick to check, but don't get caught. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps a better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Ooh. Yo, that was called singing a song about sixpence. I sing a sixpence singing of a song. And he's all over the place. It's a spatial fun shot right onto your face. Yes, extroverted intuition, spatially fun shoots at you all of the time. If you love fun spatial shots on your face, then any will make for you a suitable space. Doesn't need much to incite the onslaught of somebody's very random thoughts. If that somebody's an E, N, or XFB. Extroverted intuition's deep within me. It comes out like this spill of words and creativity, and I can't help it, it's just me, whether you're tired of it or not. If my extrovert intuition was a young woman, it would be a thought, not the kind that's in your mind, but the kind that stands for that over there. Oh yeah. My extroverted intuition helps Fly Guy become less judgmental. It's one of my proudest accomplishments. The day I taught Fly Guy not to be so judgmental. It was in song form, of course. I said to him, "Oh, Fly Guy, needn't I tell you some more? Not to be such a judgmental whore. Oh, Fly Guy, you're judging me sad, judging me bad, at judging you're rad. But that's not a good thing to be rad at all, 'cause you're judgy, 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 judgy. Don't call me pudgy, you're just being judgy. Don't call me flat, you're just being bad. Don't call me mad, 'cause you're just being sad and judgy." Please don't try to judge me with that judging stick. just your dick. Okay? Stop judging me with your dick. Bye, guy. You need to stop judging me with your dick right now. Okay, yeah, I get it. Your judgment is fuckable. But I'm not really that flattered by that, okay? You're objectifying me. You're treating me like a piece of meat. You know, like yesterday, I got like a stacked email from YouTube with 7 different live streams or something that had been all age restricted at once. So, I don't know, they went through my live streams yesterday and age restricted a bunch of them. But they don't give me a strike for it because they're not like uploads where I tell them in advance what I'm going to do. Since I'm always honest about what I'm saying when I upload things about what's in them, which is very little that's bad. I don't know why they're age restricting my videos. Can you imagine? I don't think there's anything age inappropriate about singing about anal wreckage. Is there really anything age inappropriate about talking about spatial fun shots? I'm just saying how much fun it is to shoot space on your face. If you don't agree, what's wrong with you? Are you part of the wrong race? Perhaps you are, perhaps you're not, perhaps no race is wrong. I've been every single one of them while singing the song, so that's because I am fluidly transracial. It makes me the absolute glacially important member of a race, the one who's experienced that bitter taste of discrimination because of my skin color and my race. Some people say, hey, look at me, I'm disenfranchised. I say, you think you're disenfranchised? Try changing race every day of your life, like I do, and you'll see what ensues. It's non-stop racist holocaust of horror and assault to me. I mean, gee, it's not actually. Doesn't seem to matter what race I am, I'm still me. Even though I've been Eskimo, Inuit as well, and so I'm not sure which time I was being more racist. But I still eat Eskimo pies.
Nice.
Thanks. Is it racist to eat Eskimo pies? Or is it racist to throw them away? It's just racist to save them as a collector's item, I guess. What's more racist, eating Eskimo pies or eating Inuit pies? Inuit? I barely know it. Is that racist? Is it racist to use the it pronoun for Inuits given that it's built into their name?
Yeah.
Seems like they kind of prefer it that way.
It does seem like that.
The thing is, I would like Inuit pies just as well as Eskimo pies, except they insist on syringing in some seal blubber, raw seal blubber, into the Inuit pies, and that really ruins the taste of them for me. Some people are into raw seal blubber, others are Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, look. We have built a cookbook with our whale blubber oil pile.
Oh,
That's not a fire, Inuits. That little flame you have burning on some blubber there, that is no fire. You need to get some gasoline and some wood. It's like a candle you got. You call that a fire? Inuits, you wouldn't know a fire if it bit you in the ass. What do you think about that?
I like that.
Does this qualify as... I don't know. The thing is, of course, the important thing is that I have absolutely no opinion whatsoever about Inuits, actual Inuits. Like, I don't know any. I've never met any. They seem cool when you see them on TV. You know, they seem chill. But I just like making fun of racism in general. Well, I mean, the point is, of course, that I continually try to make, is that as the world's only fluidly transracial person, I'm the most disenfranchised. And so nobody can talk shit about me talking shit about anything because I've been all of the races. Additionally, my point has always been that race is completely bullshit and made up nonsense. There's no such thing exists. It's the whole stars on Dars thing, you know? Ruben R, 5 points. Ruben R points out, I heard the Inuits started QuickBooks. That's something a little bit different, I think. I'm not quite Inuits.
Yeah.
It might be something different. Before Typology, did you ever think it was just because you didn't care enough to even be efficient? Because now I realize my lack of care comes from an ontological way of how I'm set up, so of course I don't care. I mean, the only race that matters is type. That's the only race that's real. It's the only group name that you can say, I know about you because you're a member of this group, and actually be correct. If you say, I know this about you because you're a woman, you're full of shit. If you say, I know this about you because you're a given race, you're full of shit. If you say, I know this about you because you're old or young or whatever, you're full of shit. You don't know that about them from those things. They aren't defined by those things. If you say, I know this about you because you're this type, as long as you're not making too specific a claim, you're probably right. You're almost certainly right. It's the only thing that you can use like that. Everything else is some kind of ontological assault. Love is all you need, as the Beatles once said.
Mm-hmm.
Love is all you need. Love is all you need. I mean, you're going to have a hard time with it, Alec. There's going to be people in your life who are entrenched in their anti-typology realities, which is to say, they aren't looking for a new map to change their perspective at all. And that's what cognitive functions purports to be. You never talk type to your family or friends in real life. I don't want them to know my inner workings. They can play me too easily then. I mean, I don't think that in general people play each other very much. Like, I'm super aware of cognitive functions and also potentially how one might use them to play somebody. I might give somebody else advice about that if they ask me, but I don't find myself using those, like consciously deciding to use those skills ever. It just doesn't seem to happen like that. I'll notice after the fact, oh, that thing worked, probably because and I'll have a good explanation for why that worked and the other things didn't. But it's not like I really go, okay, this person's a meow, what should I say in order to get them to do what I want? It just never happens. And I'm uniquely well positioned to do that, and it just never happens. So, it's like most people are not, you have to know quite a bit about cognitive functions to actually be able to use it. And this is how you use it, basically, is if you know cognitive functions well, you can determine what kind of arguments a person is susceptible to accepting and what kind of critiques are likely to get them to move in some way, or successfully feel critiqued and either remedy it or run away, depending on the person. But the thing is, it's like, in some sense, you might say the types that are most consciously manipulative, like you might say ENFJ, and the type that's most unconsciously manipulative, which you might say ESFJ, that in both instances, it's not so much, it's a function of being FE DOMs, not of their knowledge of functions, right? So, and you can't really equip ESFJs with a meaningful knowledge of functions because they don't care about it. ENFJs you can, but they probably don't remember, and they probably don't operate in that kind of referencing a resource block of stuff that much. I'm not sure. ENTJs might be able to do it, but like they wouldn't be able to do it on me, probably. I mean, it depends what they're trying to get out of me. If it's something I don't mind them getting, then it's fine. Well, yeah, Alec T. explaining SE Polar and SE Polar needs to be explained. It's like, maybe I'll make a video. SE Polar people, show this to your friends and family, where I say, look, your loved one is an INTP or an INFP. So you've got to understand what that means. We all spend a certain amount of time keeping track of what we got to do and a certain amount of time doing it. And for your loved one here, they spend all their time keeping track of what they're supposed to do and almost none of their time actually doing it. This is very illogical and makes no sense, but it's how it is, okay? And in fact, there's a decent chance that the more pressing something is that you get started on it early or something, the less likely you are to do that, and it's going to be very frustrating for all parties involved. So, look, I understand when you're talking to your SE Polar loved one that they don't need you to beat up on them more about their failure to follow through on doing things, that the world inherently beats them up for this continually, and they continually beat themselves up about it as well, and they will wrestle with it for the rest of their life. The best thing you can do to help them with that is, to a certain extent, you might provide some external structure, and if they're cooperative and want that external structure, and you don't try to make it a long-term thing, but you make it a short-term thing. Like, okay, come on, right now, come over here and let's do this thing. I'll help you by by giving the impetus for you to start doing it and stick with it. I'll sort of stand here with you and say, no, I'll go back do it some more. Come on, we can get this done and do that. That'll probably work pretty well. But if you try to set up some sort of system or something, it will never, ever, ever, ever work. Maybe I'll cut that thing right there.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I'll snip that into a little video and put it up as SE Polar people, play this to your families or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we celebrate Christmas. We're having Christmas on the 23rd.
Yes, we are.
And we're responsible for the foods. We're gonna cook. We're gonna cook up a turkey. We're gonna stuff it with stuffing. We're gonna mash some potatoes. And we're gonna feast on nothing. You're gonna turducken tonight, huh? Well, look, Enneagram, however you want to say it, it's kind of arbitrary. I would say it's observationally a good taxonomy of people's emotional approaches to life. So it's kind of like I think observationally it makes sense that you could taxonomy people into having a basic approach to 3 core negative emotions: anger, fear, and shame. And so you could pick, obviously, it's kind of arbitrary in the sense that, well, the thing is, wings don't really make any sense to me. Because I mean, the thing is, it's not like I'm going to try to defend it as a mechanics. It doesn't really have any mechanics to it. To the extent that it tries to have a mechanics, it talks about integrations and disintegrations and stuff, and I'm not interested in that stuff. That stuff to me seems very, very arbitrary. Yeah, that's fair to say, Rain. I see more of his trainability. The only tests that really you can't train to do, people can't learn to remember details that they don't remember, and people can't learn to be spontaneously creative. Those are 2 things people can't game. TI questions are less gameable, but again, remember, you probably weren't here when I said this earlier, actually, Rain. So for the first time for you, it's important when we're talking about any kind of function test to discuss its status regarding virgins, half virgins, and non-virgins. The virgins are the people who have no experience with typology at all. They're just brand new babes in the woods. The half virgins, people who have typology experience, but no experience with this particular question. And then the non-virgins are people who know the questions coming in. All right? So it's evident to me that TI is more learnable than NE and SI. And so when I hear somebody tell me, especially that they've got a lot of experience watching sessions, it makes me it makes me use the TI questions a little differently. You know, it's like, and it's funny, it's like I never until recently thought exactly, well, here's why the NE and SI tests are more reliable. It's because you can't learn how to remember shit you don't remember, and you can't learn how to be spontaneously creative. But you can learn how to fake your way through, or remember your way through, or guess your way through, or whatever TI stuff. Well, I mean, I'd substantiated in part with the self-reporting, trying to do it, of an ENTJ who got back to me and said that he was able to train his SI to do SI things, like eat at regular times and sleep at regular times, but he couldn't train himself to remember details. So if an ENTJ tells me they can't train themselves to do it, that's that's kind of convincing. I do have somebody who has attempted to train it. And as far as training NE, I know from coaching countless debaters, it's innate. They either are ego block or they're not, you know? I mean, you might see some ISFJs who've got plenty effective NE, even though it's fourth, because the world doesn't require that much NE. It just doesn't. No matter what job it is you're doing, unless it's improv comedy or something, the world does not require you to use very much NE. Well, Rain, I mean, I agree with you, but you're ignoring the reality that people do practice and train for the TI questions. People do, or put it this way, that people who come in having watched a lot of sessions reveal they've worked some on TI in ways that doesn't show up in SI or NE. So, in other words, there's double confirmation here. Reality shows us that people don't train that. So, functionally, it's much less gameable since people aren't attached to it in the same way that they are TI stuff. They don't attempt to train it. I've got one piece of anecdotal evidence that nevertheless is pretty strong. It's exactly what you'd expect to see, which is somebody who can train themselves to imitate SI in terms of scheduling their meals and shit like that, but cannot train themselves to actually attend via it, which is to say to remember the details. I mean, yeah, I think it's quite revelatory lots of times. But I have a more nuanced understanding of all these tests than I have in the past as well. So it's like, if I see a person say something to me, like, well, I got stuck on that one because my dad doesn't have a sister, then that's very revelatory. They're clearly not using TI, because TI is replacing actual things with just markers, right? Well, I mean, put it this way. The idea that I'm absolutely convinced, regardless of whether I have adequate TI justification for it, that the polars are not trainable meaningfully. Like, I've dealt with enough people who have polar SI in classrooms before I even knew what it was to get that this guy was not going to be able to memorize this shit. it was incredibly difficult for him, you know, to be able to see it. I've worked with enough speech and debate stuff. So it's like I've been hired to coach any polar person on interview skills, and I could never train I couldn't even train them to fake it. So why would it be different with SI? When you get down to something that really is the core process or very close to it, like improvisational creativity is very close to the core process of extroverted intuition. And recalling experiences, sequential experiences, is very much the core process of introverted sensing, or a core process, right? So when you find something like that links, you'll discover that, like, I don't think TI is any more trainable than SI or any. I think it's more gameable for reasons that are more complicated than simply the other individual's relationship with the function. So I don't think any of them are trainable. I don't think any of the polars are trainable in any meaningful sense. It's just that we only have processes that link closely to certain functions that are easily testable. The ones that are most testable are on the same axis, NE and SI. Now you might say, well, Eric, it's most testable, and you found the polar test for those because it's your dominant function. But it's just coincidence, I think, you know. Well, look. Well, Ruben, any front stack I mean, it's a lot more it's a lot more verbal than the NE you may display. You may jump from idea to idea. You may enjoy novelty and change or use those a lot in the world or something, but it's not the same thing as an extended verbal thing. Like if I were to say to Alec here, you write a couplet that finishes my couplet, and to make a four line stanza. And my first couplet is, I'd like to see 100 pounds of gold delivered to my house tomorrow night. Now you finish it, Alec. So the thing is, I'll say it one more time. I probably don't have to say it one more time for Alec. He remembers the whole thing. This is part of NE too, right? It's like, but I'll repeat it anyway. I'd like to have 100 pounds of gold delivered to my house tomorrow night. Now these are 2 lines of iambic pentameter. He should be able to generate a couple more lines that mimic the meter and may not be perfect, and that rhyme with A and B accordingly. He shouldn't have any problem with that. I think at this point, Ruben, you probably would need me to repeat it again. And that's part of extroverted intuition as well, is that in order to extrovertedly intuit a bunch of words for a long period of time, you've got to have a fairly decent relationship with SI. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Yeah. I'd like to have 100 pounds of gold delivered to my house tomorrow night. That way you have the proper meter scheme. I'd like to have 100 pounds of gold delivered to my house tomorrow night. That's 2 lines of iambic pentameter. So if you were to make the next two lines perfect, they'd also be INFP pentameter, and they'd say something like, they might be very, very, very old. If you wanted to have that line right, you need one more very in there, but you're on the right track. And then the next one would, and also would be always very bright. And also would be always very bright. Beware, my friend, the night will be so cold, and coldest nights deliver such great frights. Deliver such great. You got two accented syllables there back to back. But good job all over line hand. And as you can see, just as SI fourth is plenty good to remember the thing, as it needs to make up something, SI first is very good at remembering it and has plenty of expert intuition in a context like this to bust it out, right? The thing about front stack extroverted intuition is it plays out better in fourth than it does in third. ISFJs are more into wordplay, and they're more well, they're smarter than ESFJs, basically. Because they got TI third instead of fourth, and they don't have ESFJs have NI polar, most importantly, which makes them very NI polar. If you refuse to get my gold, your neck, my hands, then I will hold until you're blue and lose your sight, along as well your will and breath you might. That, if you want to get the meter right, it would have to sound like that. It is difficult to any. Yeah, ISFJ is great, you know. ISFJs are masters of being sensors, and well, it's like that video I made, ISFJs for the MBTI win, because they get a lot of the advantages of intuitives, but they don't have to be intuitives, because being an intuitive kind of sucks ass, you know. In a lot of ways. If you grant to me tonight this gold I take in mere delight, I'll take you down to the place where I bathed my face with mace. Well, I'm glad that you did that, if only to teach you that's not what you're supposed to bathe your face in. That's a good way to get mace in your eyes. So the thing is, it's really hard to do expert intuition tests in this context, because one of the things I have to check for is sort of the quickness and watch their process. Like, how do they talk themselves through it, or if they talk themselves through it, and what that sounds like, and a bunch of other things like that, you know? It's not a pure skills test, but it is when you include time frame. So the other thing is, it's like the invention. If I give an invention, ask people to name it, there is an inclination in some people to provide a lot of names and try out a lot of names, and there's an inclination in some people to come up with the best name. And people land somewhere in the middle or on either end of that spectrum. For the people who are maximally come up with the best name, they're any-polar. And they really only come up with one or two names for it, you know? For people who have any as a value, like fifth slot will often do this. They'll go fifth or maybe sixth too, I'm not sure, but we'll go like crab apple, lobster apple, crayfish apple. You know, they just change one half of it rather than change the whole thing. So you can tell a lot with those questions. The thing is, you know, at the moment, it's not entirely clear exactly it's definitely possible now if you were to come in with preparation to hoax me into a different type. But I don't know if it's really possible to prevent that from occurring. Like you could come in with some random NE shit that somebody else generated about a bunch of different things and just sort of draw from that page for NE stuff potentially and fake me out, I guess. Maybe. The thing is, it's kind of like I'm kind of doing any polar people a disservice when I say it's creativity. Creativity is too broad of a word because there are plenty of people who don't have any dominant that do creative things. It's I mean, it's information or it's like because there is a component knowledge gathering part that picks up little bits of thing from here and 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 forgets where it even got them from and then adapts it to whatever the INFPs got going on. You know, it's like so. There's that end of it too. Even now I'm constantly reading things. Like some part of every day is directed towards looking at some Google News articles or something like that seems interesting. Something on the phone that it suggests to me that seems interesting. Well, yeah, it's divergent, I guess, but I mean, the thing is, extroverted intuition is in a partnership with introverted sensing and the judging function. So, the SI and the TI in me give permanence to certain ideas, concepts, positions on things. Which is to say, I'm not going to contradict myself, by and large, by saying something new all the time, even though I prioritize novelty. The way that plays out in cognitive functions is that cognitive functions is deep and rich enough a metaframe that I never seem to quite exhaust it or get bored of it, really. I mean, it's like I get bored of sometimes answering the same questions, but and I'm aware of the fact that I only have sort of satisfying answers to these questions. It's like Rain really wants to nail down whether something's trainable or not, and is drawing this distinction between trainable and gameable. To me, the distinction is meaningless because the only reason you care about whether it's trainable is to care about whether it's gameable. You know? Serena Williams? I don't think I've ever really thought of Serena Williams as hot before, but I'll take your word for it. You want to talk hot? Let's talk William Shatner. We were talking about him earlier. And there's one hot man. As far as like 88-year-old men go, he is smoking hot. Shilliam Watner. That's a very inny thing to do, Ruben R. Just switch the first letters of things like that. But I mean, it's on an axis, right? It's like part of the way that any gets original is it includes stuff from SI. So it's like I can do SE based any like this. Let me tell you a story about sunglasses, because I see these sunglasses right in front of me, so I can work off of this. But to get things ultra originally, then you have to include some anecdotal parts. So if I were going to tell a story about sunglasses, then maybe I were going to make it a make-believe story, I'd start with an actual story that happened with me with sunglasses, and I'd work off of that, potentially. Regardless, even if I didn't start with sunglasses, let's say I picked 3 objects, like a Coke can, sunglasses, and a pack of cigarettes. Well, I'm gonna look around in my head for some confluence of that in the past, and I go, okay, well, I'm telling a story about a guy who used to smoke Camels but now smokes Marlboros. Because I used to smoke Camels a long time ago. And then maybe I'd mix in that this character's daughter gave him a pair of sunglasses, and that really changed his life. Well, it's true that my daughter gave me a pair of sunglasses. It's not true that it changed my life. However, it is true that I get a lot of compliments from young people on my sunglasses. As I got one today in the in and out line. Thick thighs save lives. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so, yeah, if I'm going to make up a random story or something, to incorporate randomness into it, I'm incorporating SI stuff. When I started the story to tell, like, can you finish this story? And the story is about the lady who takes her peacock into the bowling alley with her. And she goes to the counter and she says, I'd like to rent a lane for my peacock and myself. And I'd like to rent shoes for the both of us. And the guy says, we don't let peacocks in here. And she says, well, he's my service animal. And the guy says, well, we still don't have shoes for your peacock. And she says, that's it, you're discriminating against me. I want to talk to your manager. Now, when I'm telling that story, I have in my mind a particular bowling alley from my childhood, namely the bowling square. That's what it looks like in this bowling alley in my head. I'm envisioning the lady in the peacock walking in from the north end of the bowling alley and walking towards the counter, which is near the south end of the bowling alley. And I'm envisioning her passing the video games and pinball games that were there at the time. Maybe I throw in a random claw grab machine. So in this instance, I set my stories in places I've been before. Typically, my settings in my head are places that are familiar to me. when I wrote the book Gospel of the Pantheon, the gods have this estate which is called, I forget what it's called now. It's basically called like the estate of the gods, okay, something like that. And when I was writing about it and envisioning it, I was envisioning it as my childhood friend Kelly's house, but like bigger and with a hugely extended backyard. So that's how I visualized it in my head, and how I knew where things were in location to each other. They were in location to each other in the same way that they were in Kelly's house, except there was this area in the back that I didn't get into the specifics of really. Now Kelly's house had these two walk-in closets that both had mirrored doors, and so if you stood between them, you'd see infinite reflections of yourself, because the two closets were like this, so no matter which way you looked, you saw infinite reflections of yourself. I liked to do that. She also had this table that was a glass table that had these, it's kind of like green and blue banded kind of glass on the side when you looked through it. I think it might have been tempered glass. I'm not sure, but it made it look funny when you looked through that. I remember looking through that thing a lot. She and I used to play ghosts. We'd make ghosts out of Kleenexes, and we'd like tie a string around. We'd make a ball of Kleenex and then put a Kleenex over it, and tie a string around the neck of the ghost so it would have a head. And then we'd play ghosts. I'm not sure what exactly ghosts entailed, besides flying your ghosts around, but
Yeah.
I'm sure there must have been something more complex to it than that.
It sounds like a fun game.
And I'm glad that was helpful, Ruben. Yeah, I've got a lot of SI stuff, even though I don't. I mean, you can see how SI I am if you watch this channel. You'll hear me repeating anecdotes that work as examples for things too. Like, once I settle on a good example to illustrate a that's interesting, Peter. No, I don't. I don't think, Mac Daddy, that drugs make you more intuitive or anything. I think that whatever intuition you're crediting to drugs, you could also credit for getting you to take them in the first place. Right? It's like your intuition said, I want to take these drugs. Magic. That's called high strangeness. Okay? So, look. Here's the deal. There's a reason why we can never get any good images of Sasquatch or skinwalkers, aliens, ghosts, or whatever. Because it falls under this category of stuff called high strangeness, which it would appear that things that qualify as high strangeness are more capable of controlling our ability to capture proof of high strangeness than we are of capturing proof of high strangeness. In other words, to the extent that high strangeness exists, it's aware of our attempts to capture it and foils those attempts regularly. Otherwise, there is no strangeness of that sort. So one has to acknowledge that for the paranormal to be real in any sense, it must have this quality of high strangeness, because otherwise, surely we'd have caught some footage of it by now. Personally, I'm a believer in high strangeness, but you probably overestimate what that means. Oh, fantastic, Peter. According to Peter Dentici, psychedelics increase a person's degree of openness to experience with the Big Five by 1 standard deviation. Are there diminishing returns, or can I get infinitely more open? Oh my God, this guy is so open. He is fully open.
Fully.
He just takes shit tons of acid every day, and he's so open now.
Oh.
It's amazing. He was so closed before, and now he's as open as a store in the middle of the day. Well, that's what you get for engaging in magic. It's dangerous. You're flirting with the devil. Eric, what's the use or value of magical thinking? Why would one choose to engage in it? Well, because there are certain meaningful questions one might ask that can't be answered in not without resorting to magical thinking, and in certain areas it's preferable to have clear affirmation than to have ambiguity, although in general ambiguity tolerance is a good thing. Probably a Mac Daddy, yeah, it's probably the case. It's not going to stop you from wanting to beat them over the head with your TI anyway, but... it might make you feel bad about it later. So that's something. Yeah. You may as well get mad at somebody in a wheelchair for taking a space rolling down the sidewalk. You know, it's not their fault, unless they chopped their own legs off. Which is possible, but probably less likely than some other explanation. Well, Ruben R., how is what looks like a large Homo sapien Bigfoot going to be so sneaky to evade us? Okay, a couple of things. Number one, they're really good at hiding behind trees. They're like the best things ever at hiding behind trees. Number two, they've got some sort of magical sensitivity to electrical equipment. so that they know when you've got cameras on and they run away. What else? Well, they've got high strangeness dust. High strangeness dust makes cameras mysteriously malfunction. Like, okay, so I've been watching Finding Bigfoot now. We've gotten through a couple of seasons, I think, at this point, because I really fast forward the fuck through it. I go to a couple of the spots of them howling and finding nothing and go over the next one. But they have found 2 clumps of what very well may have been Bigfoot fur. And in both instances, the DNA turned out inconclusive. Now, in one episode out of all these episodes, they put out this bait pile for the Sasquatch. They come back later, it's gone sure enough. But guess what? The trail camera they had right on it mysteriously malfunctioned. So that's what I call high strangeness. It's like maybe the Sasquatch emits some sort of electrical field, an EMP. Maybe Sasquatches have EMP power.
Yeah.
Electromagnetic pulse, they shut down the electronics people nearby. Ghosts may have this power as well. Are NI arguments working principally and SI arguments working circumstantially? No, I mean, the thing is, well, NI arguments and SI arguments. So it's like, those are both knowledge functions. So while an SI person might argue in a certain way, like an SI tool user, like my dad will say, well, we should go to Meow. That's our guy. We've always gone to him. And that, you might call that an SI argument. The argument is, we've always done it this way, so we should do this. Is that how you catch them? Beef jerky? I'll keep that in mind next time I go squatching. This is some of the squatchiest territory I've seen in a long time. So, So as far as NI arguments, it's like, it's really, what you could really say about it is, where SI and NI will run afoul of people. Like, for example, an SI person will say, but that's crazy, just because somebody near you got struck by lightning in a park doesn't mean we need to put up lightning detectors in all the parks across the state. It was a fluke freak thing. Just because you experienced doesn't mean it's very likely to happen. An NI person, they're likely to receive the critique, you're seeing connections where there aren't any. This isn't that kind of system. You keep doing a fundamental attribution bias where you assume there must be some singular cabal, or you might call the fundamental attribution bias is to say that things that could be explained by stupidity or incompetence are explained instead by willful malevolence. And the thing is, like, an NI person will conclude, and maybe some SI people too, but the point is, people who are knowing about this whole COVID thing by NI are likely to conclude that there's some sort of intentionality behind the whole thing, rather than just mass hysteria. rather than just the clusterfuck of unframed discourse. So, you know, it's like an NI person will make claims that will cause me to dispute what they're saying based on the fact that I think they're making a fundamental attribution bias. An SI person will make claims that I'll dispute by saying you are overweighting your own experience way too much. You're showing a recency bias or you're showing a locality bias. So whereas NI is guilty of a fundamental attribution bias, SI is guilty of a locality bias and a recency bias. And so that's the difference in their arguments, quote unquote. But the thing is, arguing is not meant to be done in anything but TI, really. Well, NI is a function that coalesces a lot of variables into a singular, most relevant explanation, And sometimes there are certain kinds of systems that are subject to that kind of knowledge, and certain kind of systems that aren't subject to that kind of knowledge. And so, if you're talking about like a chaotic system, it will, if you're looking at various data spots within a chaotic system, you'll see various patterns of data, but those patterns won't actually be representative of any meaningful trends because they won't provide you the opportunity to predict out within the system because it's chaotic and you're assuming it's ordered. So that's the thing about having two metaphysical functions first, one of which is NI, is that there's an assumption that systems might be dynamic, but they're still ordered. Shadow projecting. What in the world is shadow projecting? Is it when you stand in the sun?
Yeah.
I am shadow projecting my shadow on you. You were in the sun, but now you're in the shade, 'cause I have my shadow do. A lot of shading of you with the shadowy ways, putting you in the dark. My shadow's projecting, and you are affecting the role of the screen for the art. Sometimes I just like to say things to people to get their reaction, even if I don't mean it, but people try to bring it up later like I was serious, and I don't even remember saying whatever it was. It's like, what, that nonsense I was saying? Oh, I was talking about penguins at the time. You misheard. You thought I was talking about you and your husband? No, I was talking about penguins, I said. The penguins are cheating on Julie with his secretary at work. That's what I said. You misheard me. But that doesn't even make any sense. Shh. If arguments should be solved exclusively in TI ideally, then what should TE be utilized for? Figuring out how what TI users decide is the correct course of action ought to be realized. So, like, alright, we should do this. Yes, we want to get this thing done, but you can't do meow, 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 meow while doing it. Now go figure out how to do it without including any of these meow things. TE people. Don't come back with your half-assed, we only included 3 of your 5 things we weren't supposed to include. I want none of those things. You do a good job. You know what I'm saying? Words do mean a lot to TI users. I'll tell you a word that means a lot to me. Respect.
Wow.
Aretha Franklin said it best when she said, RESPECT. Find out what it means to me. Respect. What everybody needs to do is really, 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 really respect everybody else. Super hard. An ENFJ today gave the best answer ever to the world mic question when they said, you should watch Talking with Famous People. I said, lady, you know how to use the world mic power properly. I had never even thought of that. That's it's like, of course that's what you should use world mic power for. You should use it to promote Talking with Famous People. Yeah. It's a really good answer. It's a really good way to butter my biscuits. Yeah, what a schmoozer. Well, it worked. I thought, hey, that's a good answer. It's funny talking to people. I'm having so many typing sessions lately and stuff, because I'm like, okay, it's in 3 minutes, okay, give the thing out. And then I'm kind of like TESing as they come in there, and they're like, hi, I'm like, oh, hey, hold on, okay. And then it's like, I think people consistently are surprised that there's no preface. It's just like, okay, do you want me to start recording this? Yes, okay. I mean, what I think I probably would say with world mic power, I think what people would most benefit from hearing is there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I could easily be convinced that what people would most benefit from hearing is watch Talking with Famous People. Because they're going to hear there's nothing wrong with them at some point on the channel anyway. Plus a bunch of other shit they're probably not interested in. But still, at least then it would be established with everybody in the world that Eric has the authority of having been World Mic Power endorsed. I guess if I were going to be completely honest about what I was going to say, I would say there's nothing wrong with you unless there is. Because, some people do have something wrong with them they need fixed or something, like a broken leg or whatever, Hey, Mac Daddy, you may have noticed I don't shit talk ESFPs nearly as much as I used to. Okay? You gotta update your map here, lady. I've been saying nothing but nice things about ESFPs. Like, boy, they sure are fun. And I sure do like ESFPs a lot. And ESFPs are the best. Saying things like that all the time lately. I also called out Amy by name, saying she's the one who's the least wrong of all the other typologists that come. When people come to me having been typed by Amy, she's usually pretty close or right, and she's an ESFP. From now on, Oh yeah, I should take that down. I used to be more of a dick. I kind of want to take down my dickish stuff. Um, I don't have any shit to talk about INTJs really. INTJs are cool. They come around, say nice things, do stuff like that, send me Christmas presents. Yeah, that is quite the compliment. She is. She's consistently way more right than DSP, who's just, OPS is just, might as well just kick out a random type, Yeah, I know. God does that to me, Mac Daddy. Every time I think I find somebody I'm going to get to talk shit about, some sort of type of person or whatever, then I meet one of those that I like and I go, I guess I can't talk shit about that type of person anymore. That's what kind of being an SI person is. Once I have experience of like bonding with you, then I can no longer shit on your group very much. You send gifts, but they're not always taken or understood as a gift, though it is noted as such. You send me emails. Is that what you're talking about? You send me recommendations. I didn't like that stand-up comic. Granted, I didn't give him a whole hell of a lot of a chance, but you're my shadow? I don't think so. Bond and dump. No, I don't dump. I bond and then disappear. I hole up with Rachel.
Yeah.
So basically everything is wrong with everyone until karma starts being a cunt and bringing you pleasant people that belong to the most unpleasant types by your metrics, so then nothing is wrong with them. Yeah, sort of, Mac Day. I think you got the mechanics of it down pretty well. Now, you guys might be enjoying or at least not hating this live stream, but I want to assure you that in no way, shape, or form will this video be remotely as successful as the video I'm about to make. Once the cat goes back to sleep. This video I'm about to make is gonna get like 1,000 views in like 12 hours. Kitty, 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 who needs a pet? Who needs a pet? You need a pet. Yep. You want to talk about working hard versus working smart? Let me tell you a little something about that right now. That video that took me but the 10 seconds to make. And it's gonna take me another like 10 seconds to upload. Will be way more successful than this live stream. Way more successful. It takes 4 hours to do this. It takes 4 hours to do this, but that video I just made will be way more successful. What do you think about that? What are you guys doing wrong, is my question. It's obviously your fault somehow. I think that's fair. Create a short. That's a good loop, see? It's a good loop there.
It is.
So I just caption it, kitty who needs a pet. And then we'll push done, upload short. And that's it, bro. That's it. Thanks, Alec T. It's been so long since last I had a chance to pet my kitty and her wonderful meowy softness. Yeah. Who'd have thunk it, right? Who'd have thought that somehow that was the way to be successful? I just changed my entire channel to just 5-second cat videos.
Yeah.
Fucking YouTube. I mean, it's like this is the life I live in, you see? It's like I do that shit all day, every day. I'm constantly singing little songs to the cat. It's zero effort to make up. I don't even make up the songs, right? I'm just replacing other people's songs with cat words. That's it. What? I mean, sure, everybody loves cats. Well, it would be a cover album, I guess. But I could write all new songs. I do have, my recent one called Kitty Cleans Herself or something. That one was an original song about Kitty. And so it's not all covers. I'll play that one for you. It's pretty important. It's a great moment in music history, I guess you could say. Called Oh Wonderful Cleaning Kitty. And yeah, I'm not overselling it. She is a wonderful cleaning kitty. It's kitty, 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 kitty who needs a pet. Who needs a pet? You need a pet. Oops, something went wrong. I guess I shouldn't have clicked that. Okay, here we go. The wonderful world of Kitty who needs a pet. Now, this is Wonderful Cleaning Kitty.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines.
Yeah, important stuff. Great moments in music history and in cat history. Okay, so I think I'm going to wrap up this stream now. We're at 4 hours, and
Wow.
I've only got another hour till my typing session, so that's not that long to wait. So thanks all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Ruben, who gave me $3. Appreciate that. Very kind of you.
Yes, thank you.
And don't forget, while you're sleeping tonight, to dream about eating plenty of cheese. Coffee may be Christian crack, but it's not Mormon crack.
That's good advice.